Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So, hello, hello. Gonna start out the day today. I have like a whole bunch of stuff going on over here, which I'll get to. But yeah, how is everyone this morning? How are you doing? I'm doing well. I have my little cup of coffee, well, pretty decent sized cup of coffee, and it's my panda mug. I think I had the same mug last week too. So, yeah, if you don't have something, get yourself something to drink. And let's go over. I see Rita left a comment. Happy Monday, halfway through some video edits and coffee. Numero tres. Oh, wow. Oh, good for you, Rita. I would be flying right now if I had 3 cups of coffee. This 1 cup of coffee is half decaf, half caffeinated, so good for you. So, yeah, thanks for joining, Rita. I really enjoyed your sprint. Was that yesterday? Saturday? I don't even remember. Rita does, like, super early, sprints, so that is really fun. So, uh, oh, 2 decafs and okay, okay, okay. I get you there, yeah. I love the taste of coffee, so, like, if I include decaf, I can have cup after cup after cup, but I tend to do uh, coffee flavored cream and sugar, so I cut myself off pretty quickly because that's not so great for you. And then we have, "Hello, Hannah." And she says she's got a fresh cup of coffee and 31 pages left, and things fall apart. Oh, wow. Okay. So, Hannah, I've got a story for you with things fall apart. So, but first tell me how you're liking it. And yeah, so my story with things fall apart is I think in one of my videos I mentioned The Heart of Darkness. Oh, it was in my most anticipated reads for this year. And I was very hesitant about it because I read Heart of Darkness like 5 million times, it felt like, in college. The only book that I read just as frequently was Things Fall Apart. I don't know why. I was an English major and I concentrated in 18th century British lit. But I swear, between The Heart of Darkness and Things Fall Apart, people just made up reasons for us to read those 2 books. So I've read Fall Apart probably 5 or 6 times at this point in my life. It is a book I plan on rereading at some point because I did like it. I liked it better than Heart of Darkness, but it was one of those where, like, by the end of college, I was kind of bitter at that book. But tell me, Hannah, how you're liking it. I haven't read it in so long, I barely remember the story for it. So I'd be really interested to hear what somebody else has to say. Um, but that's by Chinua Achebe, which ironically, my son is doing a poetry project for school, and the author that he picked was Chinua Achebe, and I was like, "Oh gosh, here we go." Hello, Tracy. Good morning. She has 2 cups of tea and she's currently reading The Bandit Queens and enjoying it 30% in. Very nice. I have not heard of The Bandit Queen. What genre is that? I'd be curious to know. Hi, Patty. Good morning. Just finishing your coffee. Okay, so you're a little ahead of me. And that's so interesting. Yeah, about things fall apart. Yeah, I know. Oh, now you need to re-add it to your TDR. You should. It's a really, really interesting book from what I recall. Themes of colonialism and just gosh, I can't remember the tribe. There's so many things going on in that book. That's why I know I need to reread it. Okay, Bandit Queen is fiction. Okay, but I figured it was is fiction. Probably fantasy would be my guess within that. And Patty said she just finished the Chain Gang All Stars. Okay, and it was so amazing. Oh, you've been watching. Okay, Patty, that is a book that like I have on my TBR, but and I'm trying not to go out and buy basically. But yeah, the Chain Gang All Stars. My interest in that book is actually one of my favorite college classes that I had was on prison literature, which was actually books and poems that were written by prisoners mostly while they were still in prison. And so, as part of that class, it was cross listed with a history class. So, as part of it, we had to also learn about just the history of prison in the US. And so, as soon as I saw that book, Chain Gang All Stars, come out, I was like, I'm going to have to read this book because there were parts of it, just the premise that I was like, yeah, this is a little closer to truth than some people might want to admit. Hannah said that it's great. She's talking about things fall apart. It is taking me a bit to get through because I keep feeling a need to pause and look up all the African words and names within the story. Yep. And it's also a bit far from my usual genre. Yeah, I do have to say that that was probably one of the benefits of reading it in college was that I always had a professor like filling in all those details. So, good morning, Coda. What are you reading? What are you working on? In fact, let me remind everybody, share what you're reading, share what you're working on. Give me all the details. I want to know. I'm nosy. So Patty says, so weird at Tracy. I just wrote down the Bandit Queens from Simon Savage's best of list. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, yeah. If Simon recommended it, I watch his channel sometimes. It probably must be good. And Scorpio Rising, good morning. Is that a turkey or a snail? Oh no, it's a person. I'm sorry. It's neither of those things. It's a person waving. For some reason, as tiny as it appears on my screen, it literally looked like a turkey walking off screen. Don't ask. Okay, I'm going to work in my journal, start a little life for my book club. Oh, okay, a little life. Yep. And complete my dinner prep. Ooh, okay, so you must be in a very different time zone from me. Well, dinner prep is good. What are you making? And it says I usually read YA contemporary romance. Oh, yeah. And but I am competing in a book battle test for a school organization. Ooh, that sounds really fascinating. Uh, yeah, yeah, that's interesting. Patty says his dad was a criminal defense attorney, and okay, that makes a lot of sense. It's so beautiful. Wow, 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 wow. Hi, Storm. Just woke up, still in bed, but see, I love that. Well, stay nice and cozy and stay in bed as long as possible. That's my motto. Tracy says my TBR is ridiculously long. Yeah, I feel you there. I've ordered and received 25 books for the new year, and I'm cutting off my buying after February so I can dig into what I have and what I bought. That all sounds really good. Good goals, good things going on. And Patty, you're going to enjoy it. Yep, I bet she will. Patty says, I'm reading Interesting Facts About Space by Emily Austin. I feel like I've seen the cover of that book. And it was a book of a month. Okay. And it's fine. Oh no, not fine. Fine is fine is not fine when it comes to reading. But she's suffering from just having to read a 5 star. Yes. Okay, Patty, I can relate to that. When I like a lot of people I feel like get into reading slumps when like they're they just read a bad book or they're in a series of okay books. I get into reading slumps after reading a 5 star read, like books that might be my best book of the year. Like David Copperfield, that was potentially going to be months of not reading. I liked that book so much. I was like, I don't want to read anymore. That's it. I'm good. I'm good. I can just done. Coda says he's debating on calling in to work today. Oh, I'm sorry. That is not a good way to start your day. Well, we're here and, relax and with us if you can. And I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that you're having some anxiety this morning. That's not never good. Never good in the morning or day. Patty says it's definitely getting read this year, Tracy. Good, good, good. And exactly, I can't stop thinking about the other book, Reader Problems. Yeah, yeah, that's so true. Okay, so we're going to do 30-minute sprints today on and off. But guys, I don't have anything to read. This is the irony. So, which is not totally true. I mean, I have things to read. But what has happened is I've made it through my entire TBR stack in the first 15 days of January, and it's not as impressive as you think. It was actually not a really good stack for me, and there were a lot of DNFs. So I only have two things right now. I am on my phone listening to one chapter a day of what is it even called? The House of Seven Gables. Um, so I have that scheduled, so I'll get that done. But that'll only be one sprint. And then I am reading The Wheel of Time. Thank you, Coda. I'm enjoying this. And I know there's a couple other people, but I'm also only reading 30 pages of this. So that will also only be another sprint or two. So I need like a book that I'm regularly going to be reading. So I thought for funsies, what we could do is I went ahead and figured out that I have about um, so I have about 30 pages a day that I'm reading from now to the end of the month. I'm trying to read about 100 pages a day, which means I have 70 pages. I did the math. I did the math. That means I need about 1,100 pages worth of books to fill up the rest of the month. So I thought for fun, we could play my TBR game. Well, you can't play it. I will play my TBR game live during this sprint and choose some more books. So, and you'll just have to come on that ride with me. So I have the wheel all set up. I have my cards. I have everything. I've lost where I am in the chat. Give me a minute to find it. I went way too far back. Um, so let me get through the rest of this chat and then we're going to play around to the game before we go into the sprints so I can find at least one other book. I'll probably do one round of the game on each of the breaks. So Patty says, "Oh, Coda, hope you feel better." Yes, we do. Coda says, "Thanks. The mistaken, the mistaken turkey situation helped a bit." I'm here for you. If I don't get you laughing at something else, I'll certainly get you laughing at my own mistakes. I legit thought it was a turkey. Like, I'm not even kidding you. Coda says, "Thanks, Patty." Yay, more smiles for Wheel of Time. Yeah, I have to admit, thus far, I feel like I've heard like off reviews about this book. I've heard that it's really slow and boring and da, da, da. Personally, I have not found it so. I've found it actually a pretty fast-paced read. The only thing that I would say, and I have to finish the book to say whether or not I would maintain this to be true, but so far I would say if you're new to reading this series, skip the early part, which is like the prologue before the prologue, and skip the prologue and just start with chapter 1. Because those first two sections I did think were slow, and it would have helped me to skip them for now. Patty says, "Sounds fun. Good." Coda says, "Nicole, have you read Piranesi and have you read Dune?" I have read Piranesi before. Really loved that book. And, Coda, you're like, are you in the room with me? Are you reading my mind? So I have not read Dune yet. Okay. My husband really wants me to, but I did the cheat. I've seen the movie because I was like, I don't think I'm ever going to read that book. And then because I ran out of books yesterday after I read my pages of Wheel of Time and I read my audiobook, my husband has Dune the graphic novel, and this was on my TBR for this month. So I read this, and it was great. And like the graphics in here are gorgeous. And then I finished that, and I was like, I now I still have nothing to read again. So I read the second book. So the only downside of this is it doesn't count towards my page total for my Read What You Own challenge. But so I've read these two, which I know is not the same as reading Dune, but I'm not ready for Dune yet. So I did that. And book 3 of the graphic novel doesn't come out until this summer. So now I'm stuck again. Oh, hi, Lynn. She says, "Hi, just joined reading a bit of Out There Screaming and a River Enchanted." Okay, I have not heard of Out There Screaming, but I feel like I've heard of a River Enchanted. I think that's a middle grade book. Am I correct on that? And then Keisha says, "Good morning. It's -30. Is that really -30 with the wind chill today?" But I'll be reading Passing. Oh, Passing by Nella Larson. Nice. I want to get a copy of that one day. And oh my gosh, where do you live? I haven't seen temperatures like that since growing up. I grew up in central New York. And yeah, I know wind chill and I know -30, and I know -30 without wind chill. It doesn't get that cold where I live anymore. It was like it was just that temperature for when I grew up. Hannah says, "Oh, I love TBR games, but as a reader, I can never stick to them." Yeah, I just play the game and it's just a pile of possibilities. And I give myself free reign to DNF things, to not read things, which is how I ended up with the Wheel of Time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, but if you do a big enough pile with your TBR game, you can then mood read from it. That's my trick. Oops, sorry. Lynn said, excited that you will play your game for more books. Yep. TBR game live. Yeah, who didn't like that? Don't skip the prologue. Okay, okay, okay. Coda would know better than I would. He's read the whole series. I suspect that you shouldn't skip the prologue and all that, but the first time reading it is just kind of rough. I'm not gonna lie. Skip the prologue. Okay, 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 that's fair. But just read it and store it for much later. Yeah, how much later, Coda? Like books later or like end of this book later? Like I need to know. If other people don't want to know, just close your eyes when we get back to Coda. Lynn says, "Oh, intrigued by the Dune graphic novels. Yeah, they're beautiful. Like they're so well done and I don't know how they got all the details even from the movie in there, and my husband has read all the books that Frank Herbert wrote, and I think one of the ones his son did. He's seen the movie, and the graphic novels are his, and even he thinks the graphic novels are really good. So, I'd recommend them. Your library might have them if you don't wanna buy them. Keisha says, "I read Paranacy during your last sprint and loved it." Great. Yeah, I think it's such an interesting book, and there's a YouTuber who did a really good video that, I think she said she's a psychologist, and so she, as a psychologist, dissected Paranacy and what she thinks was going on in the book. Yeah, A++. If I can find her video ever at any point, I'll link it. Cody says, "Okay, wait. Now you remember you're reading the graphic novel. So here's why you asked. Don't hate me. Oh no, I forgot. I'm supposed to read Dune next month with Brittany and the other Nicole. That's okay. That's okay. So Coda's thinking of our buddy read, which was supposed to be Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. I'm okay with putting that off. That won't bother me. You let me know when you want to come back to it, Coda." Lynn says, okay, you think it's YA. Yeah. Oh, okay, YA and not middle grade. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Storm says, ugh, I thought 2 feels -13 wasn't bad. Yeah, -13 is this. -2 feels, yeah, no, negative anything is bad. Let's just put that out there. um, Out There Screaming is a horror anthology curated by Jordan Peele. Okay, that sounds terrifying. I can't do horror. So now you're like, "Oh, no, I know. Don't worry about it. You can still try to read both, but I thought it would be worth asking." Um, okay, yeah, we can do Jonathan Strange in March. I'll think about Dune for February. Yeah, that face is how I feel about Dune, Coda. Uh, you're from the South, but currently live in the Midwest. Oh my gosh. That that is such an adjustment. I'm so sorry. That's crazy weather. Just need to know what happened to him. Okay. Okay. So you just need to know what yeah, okay. I could already see that based on where I'm at in the book. Yeah, because the mountain okay, okay. And Coda's talking about the Wheel of Time and the Eye of the World. Also love Paranacy. You've read Doom before. It's really good. Oh yeah, I know. I've heard that it's really good. And you're trying to reread before part 2 of the film comes out. Oh, that's a good point. When does the film come out, Coda? How much time do I have? You rarely reread books and just read this before part 1 came out. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's that good. Oh, Coda, stop. You're making me think I need to add that onto my TBR. Morning, it's -9 degrees Celsius, feels like -17 Celsius, and you just came in from taking your youngest to his bus. Oh, Donna. No, I don't miss those days. At least not those parts of the days in the winter. You were not going to talk about having to wait 20 minutes. Oh, no, you had to wait 20 minutes outside in that? Like 2 seconds outside of that is not comfortable. Well, good morning. I'm glad you're back inside. Uh, Lynn says, "We don't need to talk about how mild" yeah, no, we don't need just moving along. Storm says, "I read Dune. I'm not a sci-fi person, and at the time it was okay, but I couldn't tell you what it is even about." Yeah, so I read the graphic novel, and the first one I was like, "Wow, okay, yeah." Seeing the movie first definitely helped me get more into it. Da da da. This one, because it goes past where the first movie went. Like by the end, I was like, "What did I just read? What just happened?" So I do feel like you might not just be able to read the graphic novel in isolation. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, Dune Part 2 hits the theaters March 1st. Oh, right, that makes sense because you're trying to read it in February. Duh. Oh, I mean, my husband would be happy about that. I'll see. We'll see. Good morning, Heather. Also in Florida. Yeah, also not talking about that weather down there. I have family down there, and yeah, no, I've stopped asking them how's the weather. Working this morning and enjoying your company. Well, wonderful. Glad to have you here. Hope work goes well for you today. And Hannah says, here in Virginia, so am I, Hannah. Oh, how exciting. And it's 33 degrees and a wind chill of 27 degrees. Yeah, it's cold for here. We got a light dusting of snow though. So we have like it looks like real weather for once. I mean winter rather. And Minnows, good morning. Yep, reading Thursday Morning Club ATM. I don't remember what that part is, so you're gonna have to share with us. Um, Coda says, I know Dune is classified as sci-fi, but it really feels I agree, Coda, just from seeing the movie and reading the graphic novels. I also thought that. I was like, I know it's sci-fi because of the tech that's in there, but I also feel like it's closer to fantasy than sci-fi. I didn't actually read your whole comment. It's got all the fantasy tropes, religions, yeah, exactly. Yes, all the things. I never read everybody's full comment because out loud because I read faster than I speak, and so it's up there on the screen. So read the whole thing. Get the audiobook; it will help with Dune. That's a good point, Storm. That is a good point. Foreign languages. Yep, yep. Dune has. Yeah, yeah, I'm agreeing with you on this. Okay, and then Donna says, "My uncle is in Florida." I'm like, "Please stop sharing the weather." Yeah, please don't talk about the weather anymore. Yeah, Thursday Murder Club is a mystery novel by British comedian Richard Osman, somewhere between dark comedy and cozy mystery. Oh, I did not realize that. I don't know what I thought it was, but I didn't realize that it was either comedic or cozy mystery. That almost sounds like something I'd read. Lynn says, I'd call Dune a hybrid genre of sci fi fantasy. Yep. Yeah, I think that's fair. Coda, all I know is Dune went over my head. Yeah. Yeah. I'm with Coda. Fair. Me too at times. There's a lot of a lot of intrigue. There's like a lot of like backstabbing of backstabbing the backstabber. And then in addition to that, like the politics are super intense. And I'm like, there's a lot to get lost in. Patty says, I didn't realize that either, Minnows. I bought that for my dad. Hope he liked it. Oh, the Thursday. Yep, she liked the Thursday Murder Club. Thursday Murder Club is really good. It's about a retirement home trying to solve a murder. Interesting. That's cute. I might have to recommend that to my stepmom. She's a big fan of like murder mystery type things. Is there I'm assuming there's an audiobook of it because that's how she listens to a lot of books. Are the audiobooks good? And then, yeah, Dune is super dense. Yep. Yep. That is all what I have heard. Okay. So I want to get us to our reading sprint, but like I said, I need a book. So I've got all my things, including the most important element. But we're gonna start here with the cards. And I got new cards, guys. So I found this weird game on Amazon because everything's on Amazon called Alphabets. But the main reason I got it is because they have every letter of the alphabet. If you've watched my TBR game, I was using categories, the card game cards, but there were certain letters of the alphabets that they just didn't include for reasons that make sense for that game. So that also means that my unicorn, here's my magic unicorn, that used to have in here the books that were on my shelf that started, whose titles started with the letters that were missing, were in this jar. But I'm not missing letters anymore. So now in here, you see, you guys get insider stuff because everybody else isn't going to be hearing this until my next TBR video. But inside this unicorn now are pretty much all the books on my shelf. So if I pull from here, I could literally get anything because a while ago, I made this big bucket that had all the books on my shelf. And actually, my unicorn's getting kind of low, so put a little more confetti in her. But I don't know why, because I really don't want to pull from that unicorn. All right, let's play this game, guys. So step one, I've already shuffled it, so I'm not going to do the noisy bridge shuffling. Let's pull a letter. Feel free to play along if you are trying to pick a book to read right now. Guys, come on. Who if you have a book on your shelf whose title starts with the letter X, comment, put it in the chat. Tell me what book that is so I can go out and buy some of them. Because every time I pull an X, I'm going to have to go straight to this unicorn. So here we go. So, oh, I don't know if I mentioned. Oh, I did mention. Yeah. So I need about 1,100 more pages worth of books here. Hopefully, not all from this unicorn. All right. Let's pull one out. Let's see what we're randomly reading off my shelf. What does it say? Oh, I should add that I did these strips so long ago that I might not even own some of these books. So this is Where Water. I don't think I have this anymore. What was even this book? Because I also didn't write the full titles. Where Water. Let's pull a second one. I'll look for that one, but my W's are right there, and I'm pretty sure I don't have that. All right. Oh, dropping papers. Maybe I put too many papers in here. Okay, second choice. In case I can't find the first choice. Gilded Hours. No, I definitely don't have that. This is going so well. Ooh, we got a white piece of paper. So there's a difference in the colors of the pieces of paper. The colored papers are sorted by like small, medium, and large, but I don't remember which color is associated with that. And the white papers are slightly newer than the orange, yellow, whatever color papers. Okay, this one is Alice Network. Well, let me know if you've read it. I unhauled that a while ago. I swear I own these books. I swear. Oh gosh. I'm pretty sure these pink ones are longer books. So this may be the only book that I'm adding from this game. What is it? Oh, the oldest Confederate widow, I think is what that is. Let me check and see if I have that. Okay, hang on. In the meantime, I'm going to show you my spinner wheel so you can look at that. Okay. Here's this spinner wheel so you can contemplate what my choices may be. I'm going to look real quickly for the oldest Confederate widow. And not mine. Hope I gave it away. Really don't want to read that. Okay, I was right. I don't have that either. Well, this is my life. Was that a good break? I don't know. All right, I have two here, but apparently I'm going to need to pull all of these out. Oh, Irish Country Doctor. I just recently read that. It was really good. This is good that I'm at least reading my books. This whole live is just gonna be me trying to find a oh, okay. I have this book. Did you see it? It's the Book of Jacob. All right. Well, I'm gonna finish these comments and then we'll go into our first reading sprint. And during that sprint, I'll grab the book off my shelf and clean up this area here and probably listen to my audiobook during that. So, yeah. Okay, let's go through these last comments real quickly and then we'll start our sprint. Okay, 7 degrees in Louisville right now, and you're thinking about wearing, yes. I have a blanket coat, which I may show to you guys later, and I will be wearing that. So I feel you there, Christy. Coda says he read it before, started audioing, chewed it up. Love the religion prophecy stuff. Yeah, I think the religion prophecy stuff in I was about to say the Wheel of Time in Dune is really interesting too. Donna says, I will be journaling and getting some bookish things planned out during this coming sprint. Sounds good, Donna. You got some goals there. And your daughter has, yes, yes. And xenogenesis. Oh, okay. I'm going to have to look that up. Sounds good. I can't say I'm immediately drawn to that title. I feel you there, Coda. Oh, and then Patty says the Book of Jacob. That sounds familiar. Yeah, well, just wait until you see it, Patty. It'll seem very familiar. All right. Well, there we go. I did it to myself. I mean, Coda, if you like prophecy and religion, I'll I'll share it with you when we come back. What I'll be reading, probably from now until February at this point. But here's our timer for 30 minutes. Happy sprinting, guys. everyone. I saw we had quite a few people join while we were on break. I listened to my daily chapter of The House of Seven Gables. Nope, can't make that picture any bigger, so I'll have to bring my phone closer. And it's not going to focus. But yeah, so I'm listening to one chapter of that per day. I am participating in the Nathaniel I never remember if it's a reading challenge. Yeah, I think it's a reading challenge. The Nathaniel Reading Challenge, which is being hosted by Sarah at Bell's Library. She has a small booktube channel, and like she's one of those like peaceful, calm, like Zen type of people, as opposed to me over here with my crazy unicorn. So let's get into the chat. So Christy said she is reading Chains by Laurie Anderson. Ooh, I have not read Laurie Anderson in a while, but I have read Fever and Speak. She writes some really amazing, is it young adult or middle grade? Like when I was younger and I first read Speak, I want to say it was just for younger people because I don't feel like there were as many subdivisions as there are now. Jaded reads, hello, Diamond. She said, hey, everyone. I'm reading A Visit from the Goon Squad. I want to read that. Can you like do a short snippet to tell me what that's about? Because I keep seeing it. It's 10 degrees in Memphis. Ooh, that's cold for you guys, isn't it? And you got snow. Nice. I'm assuming the excitement means that snow is rare. Hi, Leandra. Hello. I was so excited to see that you are sprinting, Nicole. I'll be reading Trent's last case today. Well, hello and welcome, welcome. Good to see you. I was watching your reading vlog this morning, so I'm only partway through it, but I'm really enjoying it. Hi, Alex. Oh, good to see you too. And she says, I have the day off from work today. Yeah, happy MLK Day for those of you in the US. So hope that most of you, if not all of you, have the day off. And she's puttering around the house doing chores. Yep, know that feeling. And we'll now sit down to read for a bit. What are you reading, Alex? Have you finished Pachinko? I don't remember. I don't think you had. I know you were close. Hi, Bree. Oh, excited to have you here. And Bree says, currently doing my happy color and having coffee. Ooh, that sounds like a nice way to wake up with some coloring and coffee. And it's alliterative. Hi, Brittany. She says, hi, found the party. Yes, we're having a little party going to alternate between reading, housework, and filming. Sounds like a good plan. You got good goals. Hi, Courtney. She says, hey, lovelies. I'm at work. YouTube. Is that YouTube? I'm assuming is the UT. Wanted to say hi before the day gets hectic. Is that how you spell that? I don't know. I'm assuming you mean the word hectic. If it's the word hectic, yes, that's how you spell it. And then she's like, oh, of course, she got a call and she's got to go. Well, thanks for stopping in, Courtney. Hope you can make it back if you have breaks. I've lots of family members who have worked in hospitals, so I know how that is. Oh, good morning, Kat. She says, good morning, Nicole. Hope everyone is doing well. And she's editing her winter ween vlog. Ooh, very nice. Well, welcome. Hope you enjoy your editing. Hi, Christina. She says, good morning. Hope everyone is well, drinking coffee and planning my day, sharing some love with the like button. Thank you, Christina. You're always so good about doing that. And then Patty says, getting on the treadmill. Ooh, okay. Well, so you'll be lurking in the background. Well, that's fine. Get that workout in, Patty. And hello to everybody else who is lurking in the background, because I know not everybody on Reading Sprints always says anything in the chat. So if you're in the background somewhere, you're welcome here too. And I hope you enjoy. Lynn says, I read another chapter of Out There Screaming. Ooh, creepy. Okay, eerie. All right, all right. Minnows, 40 pages down. Very nice. Yeah, how'd everybody do? 2 chapters of Chains. Okay, sounds like it's coming along smoothly. Donna said, I did nothing except for listen to a bit of BookTube while searching for diamond paintings. Well, hey, sometimes you just got to get stuff done. So I still want to try diamond painting. So it just sounds like just one more hobby I don't need, but want to try anyway. Wanda, hello, Wanda says, hi, everyone. I'm reading Clara in the Sun. Yes, I read that the year before last, I think, and it is a really interesting premise. I really enjoyed the book, and it'll be fun to see how that goes along for you. And Christina said hi to Alex. And hi to Brianna, and hi to Kat, and morning to Donna. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Ooh, let me not say that too much because then all of a sudden I hear like what is it, Singing in the Rain? Is that the name of the musical? I can't remember. Where, they sing the good morning song, and I'm not gonna say it anymore. I'm gonna start singing it. Alex says, "Oh, you finished Pachinko, and it was amazing. Yay! You think I'd really like it, and now you're reading Red Rising. Ooh, I also want to read that at some point. So I'm glad you're reading it. Just keep reading things that I want to read, Alex, so I have some anticipation and know what to look forward to." And Christina says hi to Brittany. And Alex says hi to Christina and Kat. I love the good mornings and the hellos. And hi to Christina. And Storm says, "Nicole, were you the one that said the Moonstone was good?" I don't know if you heard me say that, but I will say that now. It was good. It was really, really good. And it starts out kind of slow because he just throws you in there and I think the beginning's a little confusing of that book, but once you get used to it and you realize how the story is put together, it's a good like detective, but like older style detective story, but fun also, which is weird because there's sad and disturbing things in there, but it's also funny at times. Yeah, so I'm not sure how I feel. It's a lot wordier than I would like. Yeah, it can be 30% into it, is only a yeah, it is wordy. It's definitely a Victorian novel. So if you're not used to that writing style, I will say that the writing style can feel like a lot. It's not going to feel like Agatha Christie in sort of styles, or even like Sherlock Holmes with Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. So yeah, yeah, take that what you will. It does pick up though. If you can make it past the dinner where everybody's in the house and they all have dinner and the next day, if you can make it past that, you'll probably be hooked. And Leandra says, "Alex, have you read her book, Free Food for Millionaires?" Ooh, I remember actually liking that more than Pachinko. Oh, really, Leandra? You liked it more than Pachinko. I don't know that I even knew about that. Free Food for Millionaires. Okay, I'm going to have to add that to my TBR. Christina says, and everyone, so many beautiful people in one spot. I agree, Christina. Leandra said, including you, Christina. Aww. And then hi to Alex from Cat. And Alex says, yeah, she has not read that, to Leandra. My copy had a blurb in the back for it, so I might have to take a look at that as well. Thanks for the recommendation. Yes, thank you, Leandra. I did not know about that book either. And Christina says that song's in your head now. I'm sorry, but at least it's a good song and one of the few musicals that I like. I like every single song in that musical. Donna says, "I have not tried diamond painting before, but I keep seeing it everywhere. So it's gonna get some for me and my two children that will do some art with." Yeah, yeah. Nope. I feel you, Donna. Like I keep seeing it and hearing about it, and I'm like, okay, gotta try it. I guess you can get really like small ones too. So I figure maybe I'll start with like a coaster size one or like a tile size one and see how I like it. Donna says hi to Christina. And then Kat says, "Alex, Red Rising has been on my want to read list for years. Curious to hear your thoughts." See, yep. And Leandra says, "Ooh, I've been meaning to read The Moonstone because it's such a classic." It is a classic. I love Wilkie Collins. I just recently read Miss or Mrs. in this bind up of three books that I have by Wilkie Collins. And oh, guys, that was so good, so interesting, so unexpected. um, in a lot of ways. And I'll just give you this one little sneak peek because I do talk about it in an upcoming currently reading. But one of the things that surprised me about that book was the main character is white and she's mixed. Her father is white and her mother was a black French woman. And that just blows my mind. You very rarely see anyone of any other race in Victorian fiction, unless they're like a weird side character. Wilkie Collins doesn't tend to do that, but he did have the mysterious like Indians in the Moonstone. Um, and he tends to do very interesting things with race in his books. But I was very surprised to find a female protagonist of mixed race as the main character in a book. So, but yeah, read the Moonstone. It's great. I love it. Lynn, with classics, I usually try to read along to an audiobook. It helps me get through them. Yes, that can be very true. I actually find the opposite experience, Lynn, because like was being mentioned earlier, I find them so wordy that it takes me longer and goes slower in a bad way for me with audiobooks. But I definitely recommend trying it both ways. Diamond says, sure, it's going well. Split points of view. I'm on chapter 3. So far, it's about a former punk rocker turned music executive and his kleptomaniac assistant. Compulsively readable. Sounds like it. And I see why it won the Pulitzer Prize. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize that this is a visit from the Goon Squad. I didn't realize that there were that many things going on in that book. Now I'm definitely adding it to my TBR. Well, I think it's already on there. Um, Christina says, yeah, that is a song. I get stuck in there a lot as I sing it to my boys sometimes when they wake up. I hear that song every single time I say good morning in a certain way. Leandra says, free food for millionaires is very different, following a whole cast of Asian and Asian American characters as they navigate New York City in the 90s to 2000s setting. Oh, yeah, that is very different than the storyline of Pachinko. So that's interesting. Lynn, they have some pretty cool diamond painting coaster sets on Amazon. I bought one for my niece for Christmas. Yeah, that sounds cool. See, but Lynn, tell me this, because this is something I've wondered. Do you find it easier or harder to do smaller diamond paintings? Because you know how sometimes when something gets too small, then you're needing like super fine motor skills and it's almost more annoying and harder to get used to than if it was actually a bit bigger? Let me know. Storm says in the Moonstone, the diamond has been stolen. That's not a spoiler if anybody hasn't read it. Like, that's literally the plot of the book. So, hoping it picks up. Yes, it does. It does pick up after that because that's when you actually start getting into the detective part. Rita says in the home stretch of editing, yay, that's always exciting. Longer than usual video this week. Yep, that will always make the editing way longer. Brittany says, hi, Christina. Sorry I didn't respond right away. Had to parent. Yep. Parenting. You know, you keep having to do it. Brittany says, almost missed the break. I've done that before, especially with editing, because I just finally realized that if I'm editing a video and I have a live stream up in the background, as soon as I do certain things on my editing software, it pauses the video. So then I go back to it and didn't hear them break. And yeah, I miss it. And then I think like the chat is telling the future because the chat keeps going even when the video pauses and I get confused. Hannah says, I fell asleep during the first sprint, but did get a chapter done. Well, hey, you multitasked. Christina says, good morning, Storm. Did you get all the wood in? Oh, yeah, I remember you were saying you were doing that yesterday, Storm. Sometimes I miss having a wood stove. Don't really miss the stacking of wood, though. Fair enough. I agree. I love a fire. Hi, Kay. Yeah, I got what we could get on the porch and inside. Good. Lynn says, I actually haven't tried diamond painting yet myself, but she did say she enjoyed making the coasters. Okay, good to know. Christy says, I need to start filming again. Yes, do it. Do it, do it, do it. You can do it. We all support you with that. Christina says, that is something I understand, Brittany. No worries. Yep, we're all there with you. Rita says, yes, or I'll mute sometimes if I need to do a voiceover and then you forget because, yeah, you're so focused on, yep, nope, I've done all of those things. Okay, so that's the end of the comments. I did say, so for those of you who joined like during the middle of the sprint, sorry you missed it. I did play my TBR game because I'm kind of in between books right now and I needed another book. But I'll recap the catastrophe that happened. So in playing my TBR game, the first step is I have to pick a letter from a deck of cards to tell me what part of my bookshelf to go to, because my bookshelf is alphabetized by title. So I pulled the letter X. So I had to find a book on my shelf that starts with the letter X. Yeah, well, I already knew that wasn't going to happen because my timer's going off. Hang on. We'll just pause it for a second. I wanted to remind me to not ramble on for too long. Anyway, so I pulled the letter X, and oddly enough, yeah, as Brittany's saying, "Oh no, yeah, X." Yeah, exactly, Brittany. Yeah, probably like you, I have no books on my shelf whose titles start with the letter X. So somebody did mention Xenogenesis would be a good one, and that's by Octavia Butler. So I will probably check that out at some point. But if I can't match a book to this and my other prompts, where did I put it? I have to pull a book out of my unicorn, which is down there on the floor. So I'm not going to get it. And that just means I might get any book on my TBR. Well, that also didn't go so well because I had to pull this many books just to find one that I still owned and hadn't read. And I ended up pulling the books of Jacob. So I'm not going to try and pronounce the author's last name, but there it is for you. So she did win the Nobel Prize for Literature. I think this was the book that pushed her over the edge and got her that prize. She has written this book, and I think the other book that she has written that has become very popular in translation is The Eighth Life, if I'm not incorrect. Anyway, so I was hoping to play my game long enough to get 1,000 extra pages of books on my list. Well, this is going to do it. This book is large. It is, here's the Wheel of Time, and here's these books side by side. Yeah. So I just need this one book because this book is 964 pages, and like the layout is weird, guys, because it starts on page 964 and it ends on page 1. So I don't know if you know what this book is about, but let me share with you. So I'm going to read the subtitle to this book because it has a subtitle. Yeah, that's the whole subtitle. So, The Books of Jacob, or A Fantastic Journey across 7 borders, 5 languages, and 3 major religions, not counting the minor sects, told by the dead, supplemented by the author, drawing from a range of books and aided by imagination, the which being the greatest natural gift of any person, that the wise might have it for a record, that my compatriots reflect, lay persons gain some understanding, and melancholy souls obtain some slight enjoyment. So I'm not sure which of those last I'm going to fit into, but that is the books of Jacob. So the shorter version is this book is about Jacob Frank, and he is a charismatic person who goes across. I think he's of Jewish descent. Yeah, and he goes across Poland and then other parts of Europe. And he starts out Jewish. He converts to Catholicism. He converts to Islam, I think, at one point, and he starts to become hailed as the Messiah and converting other people to his religion, and starts his own secret society. And the best part of this book, in my opinion, is that it's actually based on a real life person who did this in the 18th century. And so she kind of it's a nonfiction book, but she kind of retells that story and I'm guessing fills in some of the gaps. So 960 pages seems like it's somewhat experimentally written. There are some pictures, but not enough. So after I get my 30 pages of the Wheel of Time in, I'm going to start this book and you guys will get to hear real time my first reactions to it. So let me get back to the chat. Let me know what you guys think about that. Let me know if you've heard of this book and especially if you've read it. And then we'll get into our next sprint. So Rita says, yes, you love Octavia Butler. I have read one book by her so far. What was the book that I read by her? I own Parable of the Sowers. I read Kindred. That book was traumatizing. Like, ugh. I don't even really know why, but somehow just the way she wrote that book was kind of harsh and traumatizing to me, but really well written, though there were some confusing things about it, in my opinion. Walk in the Woods, hello, says, "Yay, so happy to catch the live sprints. You're reading Opinions by Roxane Gay. It's excellent. Very interesting." Yeah, Brittany, it's a chunky one. The books of this is always the risk that I run in having to randomly pick a book out of that unicorn is most of the books I own are really large. And so, yeah. Yep, we'll see how that goes. Oh, wow, Wheel of Time has some competition in the chunky category. Yes, it does. Yes, there's a lot of competition on my shelf with Wheel of Time. Storm says, "Have fun with that one. Hopefully, I will." Rita says, "Kindred is literally my favorite." Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, I could see why. It's a really interesting premise. If you haven't read Kindred, it is a I was about to say a time warp. It is a time travel book. There's like time travel in the book, almost like a portal, but not really because there's no actual portal that she goes into. And yeah, yeah. And it talks about like antebellum slavery times. And yeah, there's just a lot that goes on in that. Rita says, very harsh, very traumatizing, very well done. Yes, I agree. Coda says he went back to his office to work. What did you miss? Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe you didn't miss anything because I discussed the books of Jacob, which I think you might like, Coda. If you liked Dune because you liked sort of the religion tie-ins and different things, this may be up your alley. It's got some I mean, somebody pretending they're the Messiah traveling across Europe and charismatically starting their own secret sect. What's not what's not to find interesting about that? Rita says the push and pull back and forth in time periods, the MC, what's the MC? Struggle to apply the main characters, struggle to apply her modern thinking to the past. Yeah, yep. No, Kindred, very interesting. Christina says, "Hi, Coda." Coda says, "Hi, Christina." All right, and that brings us to the end of the comments. So we will go back into our next reading sprint. I am going to pick up the Wheel of Time and try and get my 30 pages of this done for today. And then, yes, thank you, Rita. I did figure out main character as I read it in context. So I'm horrible with initials and acronyms, but keep using them, guys. I'll get better. Um, what was I going to say? Oh, if you haven't left in the comments what you're reading, please do that because when we come back on our next chat, we're going to play a game. So I will put up a banner to remind everybody to do that. Uh, so um, leave your book that you're reading in the chat, and then also put in the chat at some point during the sprint what the first line of your book is that you're currently reading. But do not put those things in the same comment because when we get back, we're going to play a game with those first lines of books. So I hope that makes sense. So leave one comment with the book that you're reading and leave a separate comment with the first line from the book that you're reading. All right, let me get our timer up. I'll put 30 minutes on the clock. You can see why I need a timer to tell me to stop talking. All right, happy sprinting, guys. I'll see you when we get back. Come on back. Let me know how you did. And if you haven't yet, be sure to leave just the first line of your book in a comment. Don't tell me what book it is. It's like pick a color, any color. Don't tell me what color you chose. So yeah, let me know how you did. I got 10 pages read in the Wheel of Time because I was writing down some things. So during this time, we're gonna play a little game. Well, I guess I'm gonna play a little game, but you guys are gonna help me. And then yeah, later you'll have your own little version of the game to play. So people have been mentioning since we started what book they're reading. And I've kept track of those. I've been writing them down. And I'm now going to try and see if I can match the first line of your book to the book you were reading. And don't worry, I have a horrible memory. So for most of you, I don't remember what book you told me you were reading. Other than that, I have the name down, but I don't remember who it goes to. So this may not be a surprise to you, but it will be a surprise to me if I get any of these right. So if I match the correct first line to the book, do tell me so that I can scratch it off the list and see how many I got right. Okay, and then you can comment on anything else you want while we go along, and you can also play if you guys will have an even harder time because you probably haven't been writing down the names of the books that everybody's reading. So I'm going to remove this banner just so that we have more room to see here. Okay, let's see. Where were we? Need to go back. I think Jaded reads. Yeah, I think Diamond was the first one who left a comment. Okay, so Diamond said it began the usual way in the bathroom of the Lassimo Hotel. That sounds like a mystery to me. Uh, huh. Hmm. Okay, Diamond, were you reading the Thursday Murder Club? That sounds like, maybe the murder happened in a hotel. Leave a comment, let me know if that's right. Brittany said to Noelle, my girl, my best friend. Okay, let me keep track of my guesses so far. Uh, okay, Brittany, yours is addressed to someone. 8 perfect hours? I have no idea what that's about, but like, of all the other choices, like, it doesn't seem okay. Let me know, Brittany, if that's correct. Leandra said, between what matters and what seems to matter, how should the world we know judge wisely? I'd say the Wheel of Time, but I'm reading that, so that's clearly not right. Okay, between what matters and what seems to matter, how should the world we know judge wisely? Hmm, I'm gonna guess A River Enchanted, but I feel like that's pretty wrong because you only recently told me what you were reading. Okay, I did add Christina's. Okay, Alex said, I would have rather have lived in peace, but my enemies brought me war. Okay, this should be easier because there were only so many books that sounded like war, I guess. Uh, that doesn't sound like the Bandit Queens because that's not really war. I've read Things Fall Apart, and that doesn't sound familiar. Oh, Red Rising. I do remember. I didn't even have that written down. So apparently my memory's not that horrible. Oh, and you left it in the next comment, so that's helpful. Okay, and then Nikki B said she's reading Butcher and Blackbird. Oh, that seems like it's going to be a hard first line. Okay, see, this is how bad my memory is. Christina just said what she was reading, and I already forgot. Uh, nearly midday, and still I tarried at my bedchamber writing desk, gazing out over the grounds of my ancestral home. Somebody with an ancestral home. Anyone else stumped here? Uh, uh, 8 perfect hours? Is that what you're reading, Christina? Okay, Hannah says Okonkwo. Okay, things fall apart. Was well known throughout the 9 villages and even beyond. Yeah, things fall apart. That one I feel almost positive of, Hannah. If not, shame on me. Okay, Christy says the best time to talk to ghost is when the sun comes up. Okay, so something scary out there screaming, somebody mentioned was a horror. I do vaguely recall that. Um, yeah, I'm gonna say out there screaming for that one, Christy. Let me know. You guys can guess as well, but again, you'll have to remember what the books were called. Lynn says, oh, Lynn's heading out. Okay, bye, Lynn. Thanks for coming. Oh, okay. Jacqueline said she just finished The Women by Kristen Hanna. Okay. I'm going to add that to my list. And if you leave a quote right here, I'll just, in the next round, I'll do yours. Okay, Keisha says it was the last letter in Irene Redfield's Little Pile of Morning Mail. Oh, maybe that sounds like the Thursday Murder Club. Okay, it was the last letter. Um, hmm. Interesting facts about space? Maybe that's how that book begins. Let me know. Okay, Brittany says she did a vlog update during the sprint, took a thumbnail pics, and made a reel in that sprint. Wow, you did a lot, Brittany. Now you can read in the next one? I guess so. Take a break, girl. Made with Books. Hello, Made with Books. Um, and she said, I looked like a girl you'd expect to see on a city bus writing some cloth-bound book, reading rather, some cloth-bound book from the library about plants or geography, perhaps wearing a net over my light brown hair. Is that passing? I feel like you just joined us though. So I feel like I don't know your book, but hmm. Okay, Hannah did 14 pages in the last sprint. Only one more chapter. Yay, you're almost done. Christina said she did a sprint check and worked on daily journal pages and 2-week progress pages. Nice. Sounds like you got some good journaling going on. Storm said she went for something lighter, 37% into the audiobook of How to Marry a Millionaire Vampire. Sounds good. Sounds sounds very good. I want to know how to marry a millionaire vampire. Well, maybe not a millionaire vampire, maybe just a millionaire, but I'm already married, so that's complicated. Brittany says, yes, you're right. 8 perfect hours. Okay. But is that the one that I guessed for your book, Brittany? I'm going with it. 8 perfect hours. I'm amazed I connected those two. Okay, Wanda says she switched up books. I sometimes wonder what was disappeared first among all the things that have vanished from the island. If you didn't say island, I would have said Piranesi. But maybe Piranesi? Was there an island in there? Hmm. Okay, Alex says I got Red Rising right, so that makes 2. Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Oh, yours was Trent's last case. Okay. Ah, bummer. Bummer. Okay. A mystery from the early 1900s. Okay, that's probably what threw me off was that I was thinking yours was more contemporary. Heather, this is from the last live show, so it's a memory test. Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna fail, Heather. The Salinas Valley is okay. East of Eden. I know this one. I know this one because I've read the first sentence of that book. The Salinas Valley is in Northern California. Yay! Okay, Salt and Broom. It is a Jane Eyre retelling. Ooh. Okay. Let me starring that there, Christina. Does that mean I got yours wrong? Correct, correct. Yes, yes, I did get it. Yeah, you're right. I feel so good about my things fall apart. I'm glad I still remember that. Okay, Chrissy says, no, your first line is deceiving. Okay. Okay, Christy. Okay, you're gonna have to be in the next round still because I still don't know what your book is. Sherry says, Hiya. Hi, Sherry. I'm playing like whose first line is this anyway? That's what we're going to call this game, where I'm trying to match what people have told me their book is with the first line from their book. So, Sherry, if you want to be involved, leave in the comments what book you're reading to start with. Okay, Keisha said, no, yours is passing. Ah, okay. So I didn't get that one right either. Okay. Okay, so Made with Books. It's Eileen by Otessa. Oh, I'm not going to try and pronounce that last name. And hadn't mentioned the title. And yes, you just joined. Yeah, I figured you just joined. But if, like I said, if it wasn't for that island, I would have been confident that that was something that was set in Piranesi because it sounds similar. But it's Eileen. Interesting. I've never heard of that book. Okay, Storm said, I address these lines written in India to my relatives in England. Oh, that's the Moonstone. Yes, that's the Moonstone, right? Because it starts with like the cousin or however he's related to all of them. Yeah, yeah. Wander. The Memory Police. Oh, oh my gosh. Yes. That makes so much sense. I didn't realize that's what you were reading because I would have said that. I have read The Memory Police. I really enjoyed that book and that totally makes sense if you have read The Memory Police. Ah, darn. Okay, Christy, she's reading Chains. Okay. I did not get that correct. Okay, Christina said, "You said you could not remember, but since it is a retelling, but wrote in the classic style." Yes, that's what got me was the style that it was reading in. You are absolutely right, Christina. And Storm says, "Yep. Yay! I got a couple of them right. Did I have Moonstone written down? I didn't somehow, but I still knew. Donna says Carolina first year sprints through the darkness and launches himself off the cliff into the moonlit night. Wow, that was horrible reading on my part. A Carolina first year sprints through the darkness and launches himself off the cliff into the moonlit night. Now that I said that, and Carolina first year, he's launching himself off a cliff. Huh. What did you say you were reading, Donna? Hmm. A Visit from the Goon Squad, but I don't feel like that's what you said you were reading. Mm, a Kara. No, is it Chain Gang All Stars? Is that it? I have no idea. And Kay says, Good afternoon, all. Not sure what I am reading yet. Finished a book this morning and ended a thriller series. So, not sure if you should start your Crescent City 2 reread before book 3. Hmm. Ended a thriller. Yeah, why not? I mean, you want to be done before the third book comes out, right? Donna says, you don't think, oh, Legend Board. Okay, you didn't tell me. Oh, well, that was too tricky. I didn't know that that took place in the South, so I might have guessed it if I had a known. Probably not. I'm not doing so great on this. Oh, gosh. Yeah. And Jaden Reader said no. And oh, that's what you're reading. Okay. Okay. So you were reading the Chain Gang All Stars. And Donna was reading Legendborn. I am doing my best. Thank you, Donna. And I'm not doing so well, but I did get a few. And good for me, I got the ones that I've reread. So apparently I need to read books multiple times if I want to remember anything about what they said. So, all right. So when we come back, I am going to, well, during our next reading sprint, I am going to post the chat timer. So while we're in the sprint, I'm going to post the chat two different first lines from two of the books that I'm reading. I'm not going to do the Wheel of Time because I feel like that, I mean, the opening sentence mentions the Wheel of Time. So that would be too easy. But I will put the titles of both the books that I am reading in the comments, and I will put the first lines from them. And you're going to have to guess which one goes with which. And when we come back, I'll tell you the answer, and we'll see if you guys get it correct. So Donna says, I can never guess from the first line, so doing better than me. Well, you'll get a chance to try, Donna. You only have two books to pick from, so you got a 50% chance of being right. And Sherry says, ooh, have to make a choice now. Gonna read We Know You Remember. Oh, okay, that sounds good. Sounds interesting. Kat says she finished her last edit and saved her videos. Yay! Now I have to rewatch it before uploading it to YouTube. Yep, you do. And also ate breakfast. Yum. What did you have for breakfast, Kat? Let us know. All right, so I'm going to keep us going. I'll restart the timer for us here in just a second, but we'll go ahead and move into our next sprint. I just realized I never stopped sharing my screen on it. Not that it mattered. Let me well, I can only do one thing at a time. So let me take my time. Okay. There we go. I restarted our sprint. So happy sprinting, everyone. I will see you in 30 minutes. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How did your sprint go? Mine went well. I got 10 pages done. I feel like I normally read more of The Wheel of Time in that period, but I'm also getting super distracted over here. Yeah, so let's go to the comments. Let me know how much you read, what you're working on, if you switched books. So Rachel said, "Hi, Nicole. Hi, Rachel. Hope you're having a lovely day." I am. How's your day going, Rachel? And then I did put in here the first lines from the two books I'm reading. I am reading The House of Seven Gables, as well as going to start the books of Jacob. So one of them starts with "It's early morning near the close of October." And the other book starts halfway down a by street of our New England towns. And I cut it off there. So Leandra said, "Oh, heading off to complete some work. Thanks for the company. You're welcome. Have a great day, Leandra. Hopefully you get lots of good work done." Rachel said, "Hi, Leandra." Hopefully she saw that before she left. Literary Snow Globe. Love your name, by the way, and that picture. Hi, people, book lovers, sent alike. Hello. Christina said, "Have a beautiful day, Leandra." And hi, Rachel. And Alex said, "Thanks for the sprints, Nicole." You're welcome, Alex. Thank you. She said, "I'm doing a good job." And have a lovely rest of the day. You too, Alex. Hope you get lots done around the house and that you get some good downtime too on your day off. Kat said bye to Alex. Storm said, "I have no clue." So she's going with option one. She's guessing that option one is the House of Seven Gables and that option two is the Books of Jacob. Okay. And Kat said, "Hey, Storm, I'm hoping to catch your sprints later tonight." Me too. I also have the day off from work, though I'll probably go and do some productive things in a little bit. Rachel said, "Hi, Globe." I love that as a nickname. And to hi, Christina. Hello, Jamie. Arbitrary deadline. That's like my husband's nightmares. He hates an arbitrary deadline. Good morning. Just joining. Option two is the House of Seven Gables, he believes. Okay, he's got his guess in. Kat said, "Hi, Jamie." Or you know what? I just realized I said he, but I don't know because Jamie could actually be a male or female name. So let me know what pronouns you use, Jamie, if you like. Rachel says, "I made cream of wheat with some cream and brown sugar." Nice. I grew up on porridge and cream of wheat and oatmeal and stuff. I can totally feel you there. I haven't had it in like ages, though my favorite is grits. And here's a question for you guys. Do you like your grits sweet or savory? This is like actually a thing. I am a sweet grits person. And then Jamie said, "Hey, Kat." Sherry said she knows the second one is House of Seven Gables. So does that mean, because you're the second person who's now said that, so have you two both read The House of Seven Gables? Rachel said, "Toasty breakfast to have after coming in from a cold barn." Yes, cream of wheat would be a nice warm breakfast to have. And what's in your barn, Rachel? Do you have horses? Do you have cows? Do you have pigs, goats? All of the above? None of the above? Jimstone Jasper 17. Perfect timing. I just finished a chapter in Red Rising. Oh, nice. Alex was reading that as well. See, I do remember sometimes. And Kitty is laying on my belly, so I can't shift to look at the TV. So you're stuck. You're stuck with us and you're stuck reading, I guess. Well, not a bad way to be. Heather says, "I think Hawthorne is the one about New England." Okay, that's a good connection to make. Yeah, solid thinking. Christina said, "I did not read. I thought of a goal I needed to do today. So I did that section in my journal. Nice. And then promptly forgot what the goal was." I would totally do that. I would totally do that. More coffee. Yes, yes. Sounds like it. Sounds like it. You're not there yet, but you're getting there. Maybe that's the temporary goal is to get coffee so you remember what the goal was. Jim Stone says, "As we all know, it's highly illegal to disturb a cuddling kitty." Yes, it is. Yes, absolutely. In fact, you reminded me, I started my morning um, watching a YouTube channel called something about the dogs. It's a dog groomer. She grooms dogs. She has 2 channels. Wow, why did the name just totally slipped? If you guys know what I'm talking about, tell me. But she posted a video recently that was just like quick montages of her grooming puppies and kittens. And it was like puppies and kittens getting their first baths at a groomer's. So cute. So cute. Like half the puppies looked like, oh my gosh, like violated. What are you doing running this water down my back end? And the kittens were just like, I give up. Just this is clearly what hell is, and it was cute. If I can remember her channel name, I'll tell you so you can go and watch. Storm says, "Hi Kat, hope to see you there." Yeah. Brittany says, "Made it to 45%. Nice, Brittany. Is it a long book? Do you think you'll be able to finish today? Like tomorrow?" Christina says, "Have a beautiful rest of your day off, Alex." Yep, exactly. Rachel says, "At K." Yep. I think she was saying at Christina. Hannah finally finished. Yay! And put up your review for Things Fall Apart. Nice. Where do you put your reviews? Are you on Goodreads, Storygraph, somewhere else altogether? And gonna take a brain break. I hear you there. And then hopefully pick up Clap When You Land. Oh, that sounds familiar. Does that have like planes on it or 2 upside down women? That sounds very familiar. By Elizabeth Acevedo. Yeah, that sounds super familiar. And Rachel says, Christina, more coffee is yeah, more coffee is the best answer. Yep, yep. If you can't figure out life, you might need a little more coffee or sleep if you can get it. Okay, Wanda says option 1, The Books of Jacob. Option 2, House of Seven Gables. Okay, lots of people going for House of Seven Gables as a second one. During the sprint, Kat loaded the dishwasher and then she took her dogs out to potty and to play in the backyard. Nice. And you can do that, Kat, because unlike the rest of us up here in the north who have snow, you're probably still nice and warm down there in Louisiana. And Jamie said she, her. Okay, see, yeah, partway through my saying he, I was all of a sudden like, unless it's a she, her, because that can also be a she, her name. Okay, but I am named after your dad, James. Oh, that's cool. I like that. I love when you have cool things like that. Savory grits, says Hannah. Okay, yeah. Wanda says savory grits. Okay, okay. Coda says, sweet cream of wheats. Oh, but savory grits. Okay. So you guys are like savory, like you want your like cheesy grits and shrimp, huh? Sherry, I have read it and I like my grits still in the box well away from my mouth. Oh, Sherry. Really? Have you tried them sweet and savory? Because sometimes, people like it one way and not the other. I mean, it is gritty though, but I don't know. Ooh, Christy likes them sweet and savory. Good for you. Then you get options and can have grits pretty much anywhere. Christina says, thanks, Rachel. Heather says, I've never had sweet grits, but love grits with loads of butter. Well, that's how I make my sweet grits, loads of butter, and then you just toss a little sugar on top. Try it the next time. It takes it to a completely different place. And I did one time hear the difference between why they're sweet grits that some people eat and how it's savory for others, but yeah, it's good. Storm says 42% into How to Marry a Millionaire Vampire. It's okay. Ah, darn. Okay doesn't sound like great. I'm loving it. It's for the Kindle Kubu Clean Out Challenge prompt of been there the longest. Oh, well, maybe that's why it's been there the longest. There was a part of you telling you it's going to be okay. I used to read more para romance back when you added it. Oh, yeah, see, that happens, right? Sometimes we DNF books or we have books and we hold them for a while, but it was like during a different season of reading. Rachel, I have dairy sheep. Oh, nice. Meat, sheep, and lambs, pigs, and horses. Okay, yeah. So you gotta mix. Nice. I guess the puppers and kitties count too. Yeah, they do. They do. They also live in the barn with everybody, right? Oh, that's like such a nice mix. Love it, love it. So I actually started college ages ago, it seems like, as a pre-vet. And where I went to school, I was an animal science major, and we dealt with large animals, so like farm animals. And that is where I discovered that I didn't want to be a vet that badly. So I probably should have gone to a school that specialized in small animals, but I didn't. And I changed my major and I've never looked back, but I still love animals. They're good. Okay. Lost myself in the comments here. Mm, we're looking at Rachel, so she should still be highlighted. But you've disappeared, Rachel. Where did you go? Found you. The cows are out in the pasture. I thought you literally said the cows are out to pasture, which is what they are. But nice. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Kat says, I love savory grits. Well, of course you do, Kat. You didn't even need to tell me. You're from Louisiana. I know you're not eating sweet grits down there. But shrimp and grits and cheesy grits are your favorite. I've never heard of sweet grits, so I've never eaten them. Yeah, that's definitely not a Louisiana thing. So, yeah, I can say if I'm in Louisiana, I will get savory grits. But up here, the savory grits get kind of weird. Hannah says, I'm guessing two is the House of Seven Gables. I'll tell you guys shortly. And Wanda says, yep, shrimp and grits. Yeah, that's the favorite. I have a shellfish allergy, so like the shrimp part is out for me. I can do cheesy grits though. I like the shorts of the big dogs getting baths and they're screaming bloody murder. Yes. Okay. So Christina has seen Girl with the Dogs. That's the channel. Girl with the Dogs. She has two channels, Girl with the Dogs and Girl with the Dogs 2. And she's just a groomer. And she has her own like grooming salon in, I guess, the basement of her house. And she films herself. And one of her channels, she shows like longer videos of her doing like a full groom of an animal and like people pay her for that. And then she has a second channel, and I don't remember if that's the one that she does the shorter or longer videos on. But one of the channels has long videos, one of them has short videos. And one of the channels, um, she shows grooms for people who are paying her. And on the other channel, she does all YouTube supported grooms. So she will take animals that are like other people aren't taking or that kind of thing, and she will groom them for free. And I mean, these are sometimes like multiple hour grooms, but she does a lot of large animals, some small ones, but like the the puppies and kittens getting their first baths. If you haven't watched that one, Christina, go see. It's so cute. Those animals are just adorable. Storm says, only had grits once and think they were just with butter. Okay, yeah. So like a savory butter, savory version. Some people will do that. Wanda says she went back to Clara and the Sun and she can't believe what they want Clara to become. I know. I did not see that coming. And Wanda and I won't say anything more, but if you've read Clara and the Sun, you know what we're talking about. And if you haven't read Clara and the Sun, go and read it so you know what we're talking about, because that was interesting. I mean, if you've read anything by Ishiguro, you know that he likes to like spring surprises in there. So Keisha said, and am I saying your name correctly, Keisha? Because I may or may not be based on how it's spelled. But anyway, you said made it to part 2 of Passing, and some of the characters in this book are wild. Oh, wow, that's interesting. So I really want to recommend this book as for my family book club. I just think it would be so good. Jamie says, have not read The House of Seven Gables, but as you remember, it takes place in New England. Okay, so I'm guessing you're going with the New England choice like everybody else. The clap when you land audiobook is really good. Okay, that's good to know. I always like when there's good books of good audiobooks of books. Rachel says to Sherry of the book gnome, I'm not a grits person either. Yep. Some people really just aren't ever going to be into it, no matter how you prepare it. Grits. I like my grits savory and I like them sweet. Okay, Christina's another one. Just make sure there is butter. I would agree with that, Christina. At the end of the day, I'd prefer that butter is like your fat in there over anything else, and we can go from there. Hannah says it's two girls side by side on the cover. Okay, yep, and this is for a clap when you land. Also, slowly making the switch to primarily to Storygraph for reviews. Okay, cool. Jim Stone says, I'm jealous of anyone who can step outside. That's my 15-minute I've been chatting timer. Um, uh, you're only 25, but the entire body is creaking and the cold triggers, oh, your asthma. It feels cold inside, even though it's normal temp. Yeah, I know. The cold can be really hard on some of us, and especially on your bodies. And I totally know what you mean about like the breathing. I have to like scarf around my face and nose at certain times of the year because it's just not worth it otherwise. So stay warm. Christina says grits are kind of like cream of wheat, but corn based. So it's better for those who can't have wheat. Oh yeah. I guess that is true. Yeah. It's a little grittier than cream of wheat, but if you are like what, gluten intolerant or have celiac disease, you could do grits. So that's always a good option. Kat says no so but cold. Okay, so you're getting the cold. Supposed to be in the low 20s or the teens on Tuesday or Wednesday. Oh yeah, that sounds cold for Louisiana. Hopefully no rain. Otherwise it would be a disaster. Oh, that's true. Yeah, because then you might get ice and stuff. Yeah, okay. None of that for you. Yeah, like just cold is going to be enough of a challenge where you are. I get that. Hello, Nikki Novels. Thanks for joining. Rachel says we're always hard up for reliable large animal vets in California. Yeah, so for some reason that doesn't surprise me. Other than like horses, right? Like I'm sure you can find like a vet that just does horses, but I would imagine everything else would be difficult. So few people remember it's still an agricultural state before an industry state. That is so true. In fact, that's true for a good portion of California. And Nikki says, your library is so pretty, Nicole, organizing myself. Oh, thank you. It's just books jammed on there as much as I can. These bookshelves, don't let them deceive you, are double stacked. So I've got everything in there that I possibly can. But these are just the Billy bookshelves from IKEA from like 5 million years ago when IKEA first came to the US. So if you're wondering, they do hold up for a long time. I've had these for probably almost 20 years. Gosh, how old am I that I can say that? Yeah, but it's true. I've had these bookshelves for almost 20 years. Donna says she's never heard nor tried grits. You could probably find them at your grocery store. You can buy like little packs, instant grits. You can do the regular time of just boiling the grits. Get them. IHOP sells grits if you want to try them out in case you don't like them. And believe in yourself. Hi. You're gonna have to remind me what your name is, so I don't have to just call you Believe in Yourself, unless you want me to. But welcome. Jimstone Jasper says wind chill here is -15, which is warm. What? That's warm compared to the weekend? No, you broke a record in this area? I bet you did. Oh, and you have to go to work today. So you have to brave the ice age. You will get your like snow dogs out and your sled and ice skates and bundle up and make some hot chocolate before you go if you can. Rachel, big doggos, really? My Dane, wolfhounds, and mastiffs. Ah, you have big dogs. Love getting baths and brushings out. Yes, then you should watch Girl with the Dogs. I have seen her groom. Has she done a wolfhound? She's definitely done mastiffs and she's definitely done Great Danes. And she grooms them all, and like they're often the biggest babies. They're like, oh, we're dying in here. Then again, no groomers here accommodate that big of puppers. Yes, and that's why she does them, because she loves how they end up looking. She loves big dogs in general, and she realizes that a lot of people won't groom them. Hi, Nola. And Keisha says, I have a few Ishiguro books, but I'm not sure which one to start with. Is Clara and the Sun a good starting point? I think so. I think they're all fairly good starting points. Probably the only one that I wouldn't say is the one with the butler. Um, The Remains of the Day. Really good movie. I wouldn't start with that one because I feel like compared to some of his other ones, that one's a bit slower. But I will say with Ishiguro, I mean, my personal opinion, I think all his books feel somewhat the same. So I feel like you can pretty much start anywhere. But if anybody else has a good place for Keisha to start, leave it in the comments, let her know. I believe in your shelf says, same here, Gemstone. We are sitting at -15 degrees with it only getting colder. Oh my gosh, everybody stay warm. It's so cold. I have family in like central New York and some of them are like getting snowed in. but they're used to that, so it's nothing it's nothing new there. And Nikki says she likes grits mixed in with bacon and eggs. Yum. Yeah, I like it for my breakfast food. And Keisha says, haha, no problem. It's pronounced Kaisha. So is it Kaisha? 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 Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure if that's even better. Kaisha. That's what I'm going to go with. Kaisha. Yeah. Nikki says, but bacon always makes everything better. Yes. Yes, Nikki, you and I. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I'm 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 there with you. Just so one of my favorite dishes is Brussels sprouts with like cooked with bacon, roasted in the oven. And I have people who are like, Brussels sprouts? And they're like, I don't know. And then they try it and they're like, oh, that was okay. And my answer is always, you didn't add enough bacon. If it's not great, just add a little more bacon and it'll be fine. Christina said hi to Nikki. And Kat said, hi, Tammy and Nikki. Okay, Tammy. Yes. Hannah said, hi, Rachel. I'm also a farm girl with sports horses here. Awesome. Horses scare the crap out of me, but I think they're beautiful. Like, they only scare the crap out of me when I'm right next to them because they are gigantinormous. I need like ponies or something like that. Oops, I just skipped your comment here. Hannah said, I have to check out the audio. Sometime my brain and eyes get tired, but I still want to read. Is it voiced by Acevedo? I know a few of her books are voiced by her. Oh, that's cool. And I'm the same way, Hannah. Sometimes you just need like early in the morning, for example. I love to lay back with an audiobook going. Rachel says, Heather, nice. Very nice. And yep, I figured it out from Kat. Nice to have you, Tammy. And oh my gosh, you love grits. Yeah, yeah, we're having a grits party here. Anybody else notice that on reading sprints, we spend a lot of time talking about food? Not like just on mine, on quite a few of them. It always comes back to food because apparently we all like to eat and read. Christina, so I want an Irish Wolfhound, Rachel. Ooh, but the one she watched does some big doggos, and I can't remember what they are called. They look like giant huskies. Um, hmm, can't think of what those would be. There's a couple that are like that. Um, yes, Nikki, bacon makes everything better. Christina agrees. Rita, video editing complete. Yay, 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 yay. On to posting, but going to have to step away from office for breakfast with Hubs. Yes, go do that. Enjoy your breakfast and let us know what you had, especially if there's any grits involved. Wanda said she's enjoying Clara. Ooh, Nola said she likes Brussels sprouts. Yep. Have you tried them roasted with bacon? I highly recommend it. I just take thick cut bacon and I leave the whole like 1 pound package together. And I just use my kitchen shears and I slice it into little, the French have a word for it, but little small strips of bacon and just let that all sizzle together, drizzled with a little olive oil, salt, and pepper. Yeah. Wow. Might have to go buy some Brussels sprouts. Rachel, I bought my wolfhound to one groomer who knew me pretty well because we were going on a long trip. And I wanted to make sure he had a deep clean and smelled pretty. Oh, but she's retired now. Ah, figures, right? And then Nikki says hi to Christina. Rachel says, but she said he was well behaved, just sad that I left him with a stranger. Yeah, yeah. Nikki says, hi, Kat. Rita says, did bacon with sauteed spinach last night. That sounds delicious. Brussels sprouts are awesome. Yes, they are. Donna says, food is the best to chat about when you have no idea what to say, especially while waiting on comments to come in. True. True. If you're like, la, 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 bacon, go. Wanda, now I'm hungry. Grits, shrimp, bacon, butter. Oh my, yeah. Yep. Yep. Let's all go stir us up a pot. If after the next sprint I come back and I have a bowl of grits, you all know why. Rachel said to Christina, like a Tibetan Mastiff or Samoyed. I think it's the Samoyed that she's done recently. Mm-hmm. Oh, and she does do Great Pyrenees. Yeah, she's done all of those. And that was the one. Heather says lardons. Yes, that is it. When you like clip the bacon into little pieces. Yeah, and now she's getting hungry. Don't you love the French? They have like all those cooking words that it's like in English, like, do we even have an English word? No, it's probably just the French word because we have no other way of describing them. And then Kaisha, Taisha. I feel like I'm adding too many syllables. I'm going to stop now and just get over it. Yes, it's narrated by Elizabeth Nice, her book that she's reading, Clap When You Land, and someone else. So it's easy to follow. Oh, that's nice. I do like either when people do voices in their audiobooks, or at the very least, they have multiple people. Sometimes if it's like a whole cast of characters, that can get a little wild. But I like there to at least be voices so I can distinguish between who's trying to talk. All right, that's the end of the comments. So we're going to go ahead and get into our next reading sprint here. So I'll put another 30 minutes on the clock, and we'll probably do like, I would guess at this point, probably 2 or 3 more sprints, because I'm usually trying to get off around 2 o'clock. So you, of course, can leave whenever you want to. I'm going to reset our timer back to 30 minutes. Oh, maybe I should start the timer. And there we go. I'll take that off the screen. And happy sprinting, everybody. See you in 30 minutes. Hello, welcome back. How did it go? Don't forget to hydrate, because I have been. And don't forget to stretch and move around a little bit, because as great as reading can be, it's not always, it's a very sedentary activity. So I finished my 30 pages of reading in the Wheel of Time for today. So yay, lots going on there. Um, which means on the next sprint, I get to start the books of Jacob. So we'll see how that goes. And I also got myself a little lunch. So far, I've just gotten myself, um, excuse me, some chicken because, ooh, I'm going to have, sorry. I got myself some chicken because I'm having allergy tests, like environmental allergy, and my son's cooking lunch as well. I'm having some environmental allergy tests done in a couple of days, and so I have to do a mold elimination diet, which, if you've ever done that, isn't like eliminating a lot of stuff. It's just eliminating random stuff, and I realize it's like all the condiments and sauces and little things I add into the food that I cook, and so now I'm like, what do I eat? I have plenty of food. It's not really a problem. All right, let's go to the comments. Rachel said, um, French. I'm Latina and we do home style cooking with herbs, spices, and seasonings for a nice rolling flavor. That is so true. If it takes more than like 5 steps, it's some fancy. Yeah, I hear you there. Though surprisingly, some French recipes are also more simple and have lots of herbs and spices and butter and yeah, sauces and whatnot and wine. That's pretty popular too. Um, you're pronouncing it correctly now. Yay! So Kaisha. Oh, just 2 syllables. Okay. Kaisha. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm confusing myself more if you can't tell. You're not confusing me. I can do that all on my own. Donna, I'm now making plans for my husband to get some breaky as there has been so much time for bacon talk. Yeah. Yeah. If you own bacon, go cook some. You can start the oven and get it in there while we're chatting. And by the end of the next sprint, it'll be more than ready. Storm says, I don't like Brussels sprouts. Maybe it wasn't enough bacon. Yeah, as you did use some bacon. See, yeah, you used some bacon, but probably not enough bacon. Okay, Kaisha. Yes, I did figure that out. Okay, yeah, 3 syllables. That's what I thought. Rachel says, which reminds me that I promised a friend 52 recipes for 2024 to help her learn to cook, and I haven't sent one this week. Oh, that's such a thoughtful thing to do. That's a great idea. One recipe per week. I love that. Yeah, I love super simple recipes. In fact, one of the best cookbooks that I have is How to Cook Without a Recipe, or How to Cook Without a Book, I think is what it's called. And that's been like super helpful because I realized the thing that was slowing me down from cooking the most was having to use recipes. And so there's nothing like learning how to generally make something and not needing a recipe. So, Cherie, did I say that wrong or correctly rather? It says, hi, just joining in reading and being productive in bed today. Yay, that's the best way a place to be productive. Reading My Lying Husband. Ooh, that sounds like all right there. A little snap of the fingers. Yeah, got some attitude in that title. Well, thanks for joining us. Storm said off to make a video, then lunch. Yum. And thanks for sprints in case I don't make it back while you're still on. No problem, Storm. And hopefully I'll see you tonight during your sprints. Somebody mentioned that you were having some. So Kat said during the sprints, I made myself a cup of tea and I almost finished watching my video. Nice, Kat. You're doing some good progress. What type of tea did you make yourself? Black tea, cold tea, hot tea, sweet tea? Let us know. Rachel said, I accomplished nothing, but did make tea and grab a snickerdoodle. Well, I would say you accomplished something there because you had to make that tea and grab a snickerdoodle, and that sounds delicious. So, what kind of tea are you having, Rachel? And Esmag. Okay, I have to see the little tiny letters. Esmagul? Is that how you say it? Hi, just joined. I'm reading House of Earth and Blood. Wonderful. Hi, welcome. Let us know how you're liking it. Brittany says filmed and started moving all the footage to the laptop. Yep. Yeah, I actually filmed on a webcam to my laptop because it goes straight there. Because I was like, moving it was just one more step that I just wasn't ready for. Christina said, sent hubby off to the mines. All right, very good. Literal mines? Like, does he work in literal mines? If so, like, yeah, okay, good for him. Thank you. Started lunch for your son, rescheduled my dentist appointment for a little later in the day. Yep. Hoping the roads would be clearer by then and started reading. Nice. Fun. I thought I had a dentist appointment today, but that seems so unlikely. And it turned out it was supposed to be in July. So, how it ended up on today's calendar date, we won't ask. Jamie, I'm reading New Orleans Morning for Cats Mardi Gras Readathon. Nice. Made it to page 110. Okay, so you're a good way in. That's good. Christina also worked on her journal. This journal is seeming intense, Christina. You've been doing it for a while. Like, good for you. I wish I was more into journaling. I'm really not a journaling person. Hannah said, as a brain break that sprint, I managed to load dishes, take out the trash, load the laundry, and make a grilled cheese for lunch. Also refilled my water. On to more reading in the next sprint. Yay! Oh, that sounds like a really good brain break. And I forget about grilled cheeses. Those are so good, and I need to make them more often. And yeah, Kat wants to know how you're liking the book, Jamie. I want to know too. Have you started reading it yet, Kat? Or are you like waiting until later in the month? I mean, I guess we still have a few weeks. Or wait, right? Or does that start in February? No, I don't even remember anymore. I'm so confused. Sherry says, I've only managed 17 pages so far. That's still good, Sherry. I mean, that's further than you were when we started. Jamie said, liking it so far, Kat. Skip Langdon is a fun character. Well, it's also a fun name. And Saint Amant family is a mess. Laugh out loud. Nice. And Kat has hot tea lemon with honey. Sounds yummy. Nice and cozy. Jim Stone Jasper says, I need to stand up or I will fall asleep. That is the truth. Time to stretch and migrate to a different place in my apartment. That sounds good. A change of place is always nice. Kat says, that's good to hear. I can't wait to get your copy. Okay, so then you haven't started it yet. Nice. Nikki, hello, hello. And you're reading Butcher and Blackbird. Isn't somebody else reading this or did you post earlier? I don't think it was you. And I'm sorry, your name is Nikia. Yeah, no, somebody else I think is also reading Butcher and Blackbird. Rachel said, having a good old London fog. Oh, yes. There was a coffee shop that I went to somewhere that introduced me to the London fog. I love that. And for those of you who don't know, it's black tea hot with cream and sugar. And isn't it usually Earl Grey is the tea, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. It's either Earl Grey or English breakfast tea is the black tea that's used. And then you put cream and sugar in it. But I went to a coffee shop and they introduced me to the term a London fog. I love it. Coda said, it took the rest of the day off and I'm going to take a nap now. You do that, Coda. I hope you have a great nap and you wake up feeling brand new. And Cherie says, Nikki B, I really liked Butcher and Blackbird. Okay, so quite a few people know about this book. You know, share the bits, ladies. What is Butcher and Blackbird about? I haven't heard of it before. Christina said, no, just my way of saying work, ho hum, ho hum. Yeah. I feel you there. And Nikki is saying to Sherry or Cherie, it's so hilarious so far. Oh, interesting. That's not what I would have expected. I don't know what kind of book I thought it was, but laugh out loud, Christina. I've been thinking your hubby was a coal miner this whole time. Okay, so it wasn't just me. I was thinking he literally worked in the coal mines. I mean, there are people who still do that today, even though in my mind it seems something that's like turn of the century, but it's not. Like it's still an actual job. So I too, Coda, took her literally and was like, wow, he's a miner. That's intense. Rachel said, I mean, I've known girls in their 30s who couldn't cook anything and would go 3 blocks away to get a grilled cheese for $12. Yeah, it's true. So that's like super nice to teach rent. And I'm like, I can teach you how. So that costs you like $2. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, especially for your grilled cheese. Please don't pay $12 for it. Sherry says, ha ha ha, Christina, not the mines. Yeah, okay. See, we were all thinking he was literally working in the coal mines. So we were like, good for you. Send your husband off to the mines. Yeah, okay. Thanks for that service and that work. See, now we're all gonna wanna know what he actually does, but maybe it's just more fun to think he's a coal miner because I don't think I've ever met a coal miner before. Nikia says, "I did post earlier, so it may have been me." Okay, yeah, it probably was you. So but see, I detached the books from the people's names, and so it's new every time. Rachel says, "It usually is a breakfast tea." Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Books Nola says, "I started New Orleans Morning yesterday, to be honest. Not loving it, but you've only read the first chapter." Okay, well, I guess we'll see. You know, you can always reserve the right to DNF it. Rachel says, "I like Irish tea better for being stupidly caffeinated." Oh, I don't know if I've tried an Irish tea. What would be like a name brand Irish tea? Can you buy them in the stores? I'm wondering, like, hmm. Hannah says to Jimstone, "This is part of the reason that I had to go do some chores for the last sprint because she was going to fall asleep. I'd been in bed all day and needed some good stretches and movement." Yep. Don't we all? Rita said, "Wow, I'm so glad the dentist talk was going down because I literally forgot to confirm today's appointment. Oh, and now needed to reschedule since I know I wouldn't make it on time. Oh no. Okay, we'll see. At least, that saved you, something and you didn't just totally miss it. So hopefully you don't get dinged with those fees." Kat says, "Oh no, Diane, I hope it gets better for you." Yes, we all do. And Cherise says, "Butcher and Blackbird is dark comedy romance slasher." I did not see that last one sneaking in there. But that's like, what was the other book that somebody was saying? Was it the Thursday Murder Club mystery that was like a dark comedy and mystery, cozy mystery together? Like, is that a common thing to have like the dark comedy and the mystery going together? I don't know, because I tend to avoid those books. So, because like, Nola says to Kat, even if you don't like it, you still love the cover. Yeah, I mean, there's always those cover buys. Like somebody could probably do a whole video on books whose covers we like but hated the book, kind of deal. You hear children screaming in the background. That's just the children outside my home who are neighbors playing in the like half an inch of snow that we have. I'm not joking. Like that's how much snow we have, and they're out there in snowsuits and sleds and having the time of their lives. No children are being hurt in the background. They are literally living their best lives. But yeah, that's what happens when you live in places that rarely get snow. Like every fraction of an inch counts. Susan says, "Hi, all. Just found out you're here today." Well, hi, Susan. Welcome. Hope you are ready to read or be productive or do something or just sit and relax with a timer in the background. Rachel said, "Mongolia is rich in coal and uranium, so there are a lot of illegal mining operations there." Ah, interesting. Interesting. So there's like a lot of people trying to like slip the coal and uranium out without people knowing. Now, I guess I could see how you could do that with coal. How do you like illegally work on uranium? Because that just seems like it would take a lot of set. I mean, I guess if you don't do it safely, that's probably what it is. That's sad. Rita said there's a $200 grilled cheese at Serendipities in New York City. It has gold flecks in it. Well, you know what? It should, Rita. That's always my thing. Is like when people say ridiculous prices for certain things, my first thought is always, is there gold in it? At least there's gold in this, but I don't want to eat my gold flecks. Like, can I melt that sandwich down and like render out the gold flecks and make some money off my grilled cheese? That's my way of thinking. Kat said you did get the cool cover copy with the cool copy. I know what you're saying, Kat. You got the copy with the cool cover. That may have actually been what you wrote, and I just couldn't read it. Susan said, "I have 2 chapters left of Tom Lake for book club. Haven't liked it at all." Oh no, but it has good reviews. Oh wow. Okay, so Susan, you gotta like spill the beans. Why haven't you liked it? Because Tom Lake, I feel like, has gotten some like rave reviews, like even by people who don't like the genre it's in. So now I want to know why you didn't like it. So like no spoilers, but just like in general, like what you weren't a fan of. Rachel says Twinings is a popular brand for Irish teas and okay, I didn't realize that Twinings was Irish. Interesting, and I would agree. I do find they're more caffeinated. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to pay attention the next time I have some Twinings. Nikia says, "But you're a Blackbird, a romantic comedy between two serial killers that kill other serial killers." I almost want to read that. Christina says, "Oh, I also made the bed. Nice. And getting some things done. See, making the bed makes you not get back into bed. That's the benefit of making your bed." Rachel says, "But I think Amazon has teas made or mailed by small businesses." Okay, nice. Sherry says, "So everyone doesn't say they are off to the salt mines when they have to go to work. Am I old or Southern?" I don't know that. Well, I guess because you didn't say salt mines, I didn't catch the reference, but probably just that you're Southern. That would be my guess. And probably depends on what part of the South you're from too. Rachel, if you hear children screaming in the background, it's because it's because you're cooking dinner. Just kidding. Right, yeah, like that could sometimes be it too. That's funny. Tree, ha ha ha, half an inch of snow. Oh, like it's 12 feet. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm not kidding. Like we have like a private drive for our set of houses, and there's sledding down it, and there's currently no snow on it. I think it's just slick from like slush and stuff at this point. The time of their lives. Like I can see them out the window a little bit. I don't blame them. I love watching kids at play. Like it's just pure joy and like absolute happiness. Like not in a creepy way watching kids at play. You know what I mean? Nola says, "I've got to get bundled up to catch the bus to the grocery store. Y'all have a good day." Thanks for joining us, Nola. You have a good day too. Stay warm on the bus. Have a good bus ride. I love taking public transportation, mainly because I love watching people. Rachel says, "Uranium, unrefined, it's just rock." Okay, that makes more sense. So you mine it like you do coal, and the deposits of each overlap a lot. Oh, so you can be like mining both simultaneously and then sorting. Interesting. You know a lot about this, Rachel. I have never heard of any of this. Kat says, "You are precious, Nicole. I'm so happy I got to make your sprints. Gotta run. Hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your day and night and a terrific week." Same to you, Kat. And if I don't see you anywhere else, I will see you on your sprints on Wednesday. Christina says, "Have a beautiful rest of your day, Kat." Yes, do. Susan says, "Tom Lake, slow as molasses to her and not much of a plot." Okay, interesting. And I hear you on the like just your thoughts, because clearly some people have really liked it. So let's hear an opposing opinion. If you have read Tom Lake and you really liked it, tell us what you liked about it. Because Susan said she felt like it was slow and that there wasn't much of a plot. And that would make me also not like a book, Susan. So, and like obviously pacing is very relative, right? So depending on what you read, it may feel fast or slow. Rachel says to Sherry, "It's a common term in the Caribbean to head off to the salt mines." Yeah, okay, I could see that. Rachel, "I see you enjoy my humor. Might I interest you in my books?" Waggles eyebrows. Yes, yes, you may. Shameless promotion. Yeah, do it. Christina says, "Yeah, I may be in the north, but I learned to talk in the south and I'm an older." Well, then I wonder if the salt mines is actually from the north. I don't know. Rachel says, "That's what I do." You write books and know things. You do know things. So do you write books about the things that you know? Like, are you going to write a book about like something happening in the mines of Mongolia? Like that sounds like a good book to me. Let me know. And she goes again, right back at you and smiles. Yeah, like so do you learn these things from the books that you're reading, Rachel? I mean that you're like reading and doing research to write your books? Because then you must be writing a book about Mongolia. That would be my thought, unless you just like random knowledge. I don't know. Anyway, okay, we're at the end of the comments that I can see. So let's go ahead and get going. And look at that. I'm actually within my 15-minute timer. So I'm going to be picking up the books of Jacob. So when I get back, I will let you know how it's going with the supposed Messiah, charismatic, Jewish, Catholic, Christian convert to his own secret sect. Hmm And Rachel says, I use what I know to write books." Okay, that makes sense to me. Like, all my knowingness is foundation of my fantasy series, starting with Let There Be Fire. Ooh, nice. We'll be looking that up. Very cool. All right, let's go into another sprint. Get yourself lunch and water if you need that. Get up and stretch during this time if you need to. And I will see you back after our 30 minutes is up. Well, hello. Welcome back. That caught me off guard. I was getting into my book. So I started the books of Jacob. I got to, this is going to be a constant problem because if you were here towards the beginning when I picked this, I mentioned that it starts on page 964 and it counts down to one. So I read 10 pages. I can do that math pretty easily. Um, and so far it's interesting, I would say. It starts in a way that I wasn't anticipating. I didn't have really any anticipations, but it's kind of funny because I'm now in two books where fog is featured as a major part of the setting. So it starts in, I'm assuming, Poland. I know most of the book takes place in Poland, and it is just a really foggy day out, and the vicar is going into town and potentially losing his way trying to navigate through the fog in his horse-drawn carriage that his servant or somebody is driving. So it's just very similar to Eye of the World, because in Eye of the World, they just recently left fog. So all my books are super foggy. That's that's what's going on there right now. All right. So how did you do, guys? Where are you at? Um, I realized I should have said that that was our last sprint because I usually aim to end around 2 o'clock. But since I didn't do that, I'll do one more sprint after this. So let's get through the comments. Let's see. Oh yeah, Rachel was telling us about her knowingness. And she also added that a bit of cultural history, mythos, folk tales, and such went into the writing of her Sino inspired fantasy romance. Nice. I think the writing process that people do is very cool. Good morning, Kiana. Nice to see you. Or I guess it's afternoon here, but morning where you are. And Court Navigates says joining. Hello, welcome, welcome. Hope you made that last sprint. Jamie says pretty predictive during that sprint. Had breakfast, made bed, completed cat duties, ordered cat food. Cat's getting all the good things and upgraded to real clothes complete with shoes and socks. Good for you. So, yeah, my podiatrist would be happy that you included shoes in that. He thinks too many people go barefoot. Susan, only have one chapter left now of Tom Lake. Okay, well, you're getting through it. I know you said it was, kind of a struggle and not super enjoying it, but at least you've made some good progress and you making it through. Hannah got 24 pages of clap when you land done. Yay, nice, nice. Brittany got to 51%. Good. Okay, so that's like 6% more than where you were the last time. So 6% every 30 minutes. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Hello, Sandra. She said, foggy. It's not just a metaphor. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. No, there's lots going on in both books related to the foggy. There's fog. It's foggy. Yeah. Says, I am reading Bookshops and Bone Dust, and I'm on page 166. How do you like that? I know that's a cozy fantasy. I'm assuming you read the first one, which is Legends and Lattes. Amazed that I remembered that. Sounds like a good book for a cozy weather reading day. Ooh, Christina, you read two whole chapters. Good for you. Nice. Sherry said, I gave up on reading, working on a crochet scarf instead. Fair enough. You're still getting stuff done. So that's good. And crocheting, what kind of yarn are you using? What color? Do share, do share. Ooh, Kiana, you slept in today. Nice. Love it. Love it. It's always good things. Heather says, I read MRIs for work. Okay, so you've been doing that. Really enjoy this cozy group and hearing about reading. Well, good. I'm glad it's something that, you can have on in the background while you are reading your MRIs. So mixing it up for you. And I'm at the third and final part of passing. It's pretty good, but I appreciate how short it is. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you there. There are times where it's like, this is a good book. I'm glad it's not any longer than it is. And Kiana said, I'm still trying to catalog all my books. I'm over 310 now. Okay, well, so does that mean you're putting them into like Goodreads or Storygraph or something like that? It is kind of exciting to see them all add up. And Heather says, typo, enjoying hearing everyone's reading journey. Oh, I thought that's what you said. Oh, well, you said hearing reading. I understood what you meant, Heather. So, yes, well, good. I'm glad you're hearing about our reading journeys as we go through the day. And then Court Navigates says, I actually haven't read the first one, but this one is touches on stories and how it's so personal to recommend stories to someone. And that really intrigued me. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. So do you feel like it's holding up well to not having read the first one? Because this is supposed to be a prequel, isn't it? It's not actually a sequel. So if that's the case, then it makes sense that you'd just be able to start with the second one that was published. Storm says, hey, back. Yay. Hi. Welcome back. Got my video filmed and currently eating chips and salsa. Not the healthiest lunch, but our water is frozen. Oh, so working with what I got. Oh, no. Oh no, Storm, you've just been having a time. Well, I hope your water unfreezes. That is not good. And yeah, that can be very limiting in what you can make. And if it makes you feel better, I did eat chicken, but I almost had chips and guacamole with it. But then I realized the guacamole has tomatoes in it. And because tomatoes can be canned and apparently have mold, I can't have that. I don't know. And then is it Sandra or Sandra? I would say Sandra based on looking at it. Where did you hear about the book you're reading? Good question. My guess is BookTube. Um, though she did win the Nobel Prize for it. So, hmm. Yeah, so this is the book of Jacobs. I do own another book by her. So but I want to say that's not where I heard about it because I knew what the book was about when I bought it. No, you know what? It's slightly coming back to me. So, one of the years in March of the Mammoth, people were sharing the Mammoth books or books that they own that are over 800 pages. And this was a book that somebody mentioned. And they then did describe what it was about and how it's about this guy who converts through multiple religions, is super charismatic, gets a following, people think he's a messiah, and then he starts a cult. And I mean, after hearing that, like I had to read it. But that's where I heard it. Somebody mentioned it in one of their March of the Mammoth videos, either a March of a Mammoth video or like a big books tag video, that type of thing. That's where I first heard about it. And then somebody described it one day and I was sold. Okay. I'm going to keep moving because I do want to end us like not too long after 2, but I want to get through all the comments first. Sherry said it's a scrappy scarf, so all the colors fun. I love those. In fact, one of my favorite scarves that I ever made was literally just a ton of scraps. If I remember, I'll bring it back after the next sprint. Kiana said, I'm using 2 different apps. I'm going to do a video, but yes, I need to see what I own. Yep. Totally get it. Christina says, question, how long are you going today? Love these sprints, just planning. I love that you're like planning it, Christina. So once I get through the comments, I'll do one more 30-minute sprint. So we'll probably be done around 2:15 if that helps you plan. And then I'll probably be taking a break, getting some stuff done, and then getting on other people's sprints later today, because including doing some work during those sprints or something. Sandra says, yes, not Sandra. Okay. Yeah. Sandra. Okay. And I am really liking it. And so far, it's nice. I'm reading a mystery next, I think. Nice. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. It seems like, in general, both those books have been very popular. Storm says, yeah, we will be froze up till probably Wednesday. Temps aren't getting up higher till then. Okay. That's a bummer. But it sounds like it's something that you're used to, as used to as you can get to it. Yep, country living. I hear you there, Storm. Not that I've lived in the country, but I'm friends with people who do. Is that one of those horrible comments to make? But I know that that's something that can happen in the country. So, because I'm figuring that's why you're not freaking out about it, because I remember you talking about your barn and whatnot. And if that was me and my water froze here in the suburbs, I'd be freaking out about it because it's totally different matter and we're not ready. So, okay, I've reached the end of the comments that I can see. So, like I said, I want to end us not too long after 2:00. So, this will be our last reading sprint. So, or productivity sprint, whatever it is that you're doing. So, you guys can get your stuff together, settle in one last time. And let's get a little bit more reading done. I'm going to try and get some more done in the books of Jacob. And the writing style is good. I can say that so far. So that has not been an issue, which is good. And let's see. Yep, I want to share the timer. And look at that. I'm ahead of my timer by 4 minutes. So let's go back to the Pomodoro part. And okay, we're going to go ahead. I see a couple other things have come in. Hannah said real quickly, just did my sprint planning for the rest of the day. Too cold to go outside, so staying in and reading all day. Ah, shucks. What can you do, Hannah? What can you do? And Cherie said, did no reading scroll through TikTok. Well, sometimes we have to scroll, otherwise we don't know what everybody's doing, right? So, and we've got another sprint. So hopefully you'll get your reading done now. Happy sprinting, everyone. I will see you in the next 30 minutes. Hello, hello. We're back, 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 back. So, how did you do? How did it go? I'm already pretty pleased and really enjoying my book, The Books of Jacob. But I do have to think about how many pages I've read every single time because I have to do math. So I read 10 pages during that time, which is somewhat concerning me because that means that this may be a slower read. It is a taller book. Um, but if I'm doing 3 pages per minute, not 3 pages per minute, I'd be done very soon. If I'm doing 10 pages per 30 minutes, so 10 minutes per page, is that what I'm saying? I'm already confusing myself. Anyway, it's not going very fast. That's the point. But it is going very well and it's very interesting. So the priest is visiting, he's gone into town, and this is the very beginning of the book. So if you decide to read this, good to you, and I'll have spoiled nothing. But he's gone into his town to go and talk to a Jewish store owner there. And there are a lot of Jewish people in his Polish town, which is very interesting because it reminds me of how things used to be in medieval Europe versus how they were post the World Wars and how they are currently. So there's a lot of people of different religions in his town, but the priest is Catholic. He goes into his town because he's writing a book and he's used all the books in his library, borrowed a few books, and he feels like he cannot continue to talk about his religious theme unless he can get his hands on some Jewish books. And so he goes into town to talk to one of the Jewish store owners who somebody else told him might also have a book that he can borrow. And his thought is, hey, I'll lend you a book and you lend me some of your books, because, no printing press yet, I don't think, based on the time period. I'm trying to think when the printing press came around. Yeah, I don't think there's a printing press yet. 1752 is when this starts. And so they're going to exchange books. But the funny thing that's happening is he gets there and he realizes that this guy does not speak Polish, nor does he speak Latin. And he thinks he's accidentally scared them into thinking that he's about to perform an exorcism, which is pretty funny. And then he's trying to convince the guy that he wants, that the shop owner wants to borrow his book so that he can borrow the shop owner's book. And so he talks about how his book has in it the story about the Tower of Babel and how the person who's the author of that story proved that you can't literally interpret it how it says in the Bible, because if you did, the Tower of Babel would go all the way into outer space near the moon, and how that would cause the sun to block out things on Earth, and that there would be parts of the Earth that were permanently now in darkness, and that it would have taken like all the wood and all the animals and all the clay on Earth, or all the clay and all the wood on Earth to make the Tower of Babel. And then there's also this amazing picture in here. So I don't know how accurate that science is because it's the 1700s and well, science there was hit or miss. Let's just put it that way. But I just thought it was interesting that they include some of like the old pictures and diagrams. And I don't know if these are real ones from actual books or made up just for this book. But anyway, I'm enjoying the elements of it. How are you guys liking your books? Oh, and I don't remember who I was talking to knitting and scarves about scarves with. Somebody's making a scrap scarf. This is mine. It's knitted and it was knitted on an angle. I don't know how well you can see that with all the excessive amounts of fringe going on here. But it was knitted straight, but there's things you do in knitting to make it go angled like that. And this is like 3 or 4 different types of yarn, but it was like all the different ribbon yarns I owned and silk yarn. Um, and just this is a different yarn. So they were full skeins, but they were all like smaller sample skeins that I had of different yarns. And I ended up with this lovely scarf out of it. So yeah, yay, fun crafty stuff. Okay, moving back to books, which more of us here may be able to relate to. Let's see, where did I leave off? Oh, Cherie was talking about how in the last sprint she scrolled through TikTok. Okay, Wanda said, dang it, just finished Clara and I can't believe it. Oh, oh, you're crying all over. Yeah, I know. I know. Oh, I know, Wanda. I was like, I couldn't believe it either. Oh, and then 7 minutes later, Wanda's still crying. Oh, I feel you, Wanda. I feel you. Hopefully, you're not still crying now. Like, you've had some time. Maybe you processed it a little bit. I know. But the end of that book, man, ugh, wow. I wish we could talk about it, but we can't. I don't want to spoil it for anybody who hasn't read it. But we're talking about Clara and the Sun. Jamie says, perfect timing on this last sprint as I have to head out now. Got another 10 pages read though. Thanks for hosting, Nicole, and have a great rest of your day. Oh, well, thanks for joining, Jamie. I'm glad that you got so much done, and I hope you have a great day as well. Let's see. Oops. You know, when you flip to a different thing, it moves your like little uh bar around, and you can't do that to me. Cherie says, no reading, but did work on your professional development assignments. Well, that sounds very important. So I hope you got some good work done on that. And Court Navigate says, page 187 for you. Great. How many pages are in your book? Is that like close to the end, middle, beginning? Hannah says about 11 pages and lots of distractions. I feel you, Hannah. I don't know why, but I get way more distracted on my own sprints than on other people's. And she's going to go work on some schoolwork and then try to take a quick nap before joining in some more sprints. Sounds like a good day. Maybe I'll see you around, Hannah. And Kiana says it didn't read, made some coffee. Coffee is good. You're just getting going, Kiana. It's fine. You got time. Christina said read another chapter and fighting with your earbuds. Ah, no, not the earbud fight. The Books of Jacob sounds good. Going to add it to my TBR. Yeah, so far I have no complaints. Like it is slow paced in terms of like I mean, I've told you what has happened in the book, and that's all that's happened so far in the first 20 pages. But it doesn't feel like I'm slogging through the book. Like I'm interested. I like the writing style. I've already laughed a couple of times, and I've already tabbed a few things. Like, can I get this at an angle that you can see it? I've already tabbed a few quotes that I want to remember that were very interesting. I will share one of those quotes with you because that's fun. Um, oh, I thought this was good. So he's going through town and he's just seeing all these different poor people in poor areas and stuff. And it says, and he's trying to identify some of them. And it says, oh, it would be hard to say based on their rags whether this is Jewish poverty or Eastern Orthodox or Catholic. Poverty is non denominational and has no national identity. Yeah, truth. Christina says, thanks for the sprints. Great way to start off the day. I agree. I love starting off sprints with you guys and with other people. And have a beautiful rest of the day. You too, Christina. Storm says, making my rounds in audiobooks. So this time you listen to the Suburban Hell. Oh, that sounds like, where we can live sometimes is Suburban Hell. Don't remember the author, but it's horror. Sounds horrific. I would agree with that assessment. Susan says, just finished Tom Lake. If it wasn't for a book club selection, I would not have finished it, but others may like it. Great to be snowed in with you. Yes, this is a great, we're all snowed in type of activity. I totally agree. Don't worry, Sherry. I just noticed I accidentally skipped your comment. Love your scarf. Mine will be nowhere nearly as beautiful. Oh, well, thank you. I was super surprised and happy how this turned out. Like I was in a knitting group at the time and they saw what I was combining and they were like, good luck with that, Nicole. And I was like, thanks, I'm going to need it. I don't know how this is going to work out. And it is literally one of my favorite things I've made to date. And because there's so many colors, it matches just about everything. um, yeah. And Susan, I'm sorry that you had to slog through Tom Lake, but yeah, I mean, different strokes, different folks. So sounds like it just wasn't for you. Christina says, oh, that's really pretty, Nicole. Oh, thanks, guys. You're so sweet. Court navigates 56% through. Nice. Getting there, making progress. Wanda said, really enjoyed hanging out. And Clara, the sun is awesome, even if there are tears. Just hoping memory police doesn't do me this way. Well, Wanda, I read the memory police too. I'm making no promises there for you. I will say that book creeped me out in the middle. I don't know why. but just something at one point just went in a direction I didn't think, and I've never been so terrified reading a book, but it's a very short section, so maybe you'll get a different thrill. Rita said, "Thank you so much for sprints. Got a lot done." Great, Rita. I'm so glad you did. Hopefully, I'll catch you on another sprint, but maybe not that often because I try not to get up too early. But I do love the fact that you do super early morning sprints. Hannah says, "Thank you for the sprints. Enjoy the rest of your day and hoping to see you around." Same here, Hannah. Storm says, "If you like Grady Hendrix' Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires, which I have seen and looks interesting, then you might like this, but instead of vampires, it's a demon in one of these friends." Interesting. Rita says she loves knitting. My favorite was an arm knitting scarf I did. Arm knitting is fun, so I could get that. And Wanda says, "Oh." Oops. Sorry, skipped you, Susan. Clara in the Sun was great. Read it with a box of Kleenex. Yes, yes, especially towards the end. Courtney, I was like, glad to hang out with you all for a little. Hope you all have a great day and stay warm. And so true. So I will stay here for a second, just chitter chattering, because I know sometimes the comments can be slow to come in because there is a delay. But I am so glad to have done this with you guys. It is 2:20, so there are plenty of other sprints going on. I know there's some TBR-a-thon sprints going on. Family and Books is on. And Amy McCaw is on, and I know Vanessa will be on later. Leandra has some reading sprints going on later this evening. Storm is going to be doing some reading sprints tonight at 7. Jaleesa will be on. Yeah. So, and if you don't know, you can go to the channel Read with Dr. B, and she always does a great job. Her and someone else have created a spreadsheet that they list as many reading sprints and writing sprints and productivity sprints, but usually some combination of those focused on the reading sprints that they can find. And there's like a little form you can fill out to add your own channel. So if you have a channel and you do reading sprints or one that you like to watch is not listed there, add it so we all know. But anyway, yeah, so have a great day, guys. Claire and the Sun is on my list to read. Had it for a little bit. It's a good book. Storm says, "Thanks for the sprints." You're welcome. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you, Sherry, and you're welcome. Wanda says, "Hoping everyone has a great day." I do too. I hope you all have a fabulous day. Stay warm wherever you are. Hope your ice thaws or your water thaws out if that's an issue, that your kids have fun, and that you're all warm and cozy and get lots of reading and work done. And I will see you next time. I will be here again next Monday at 9 o'clock. And yeah, I'll see you later. Bye, everyone. I'm going to go and get cozy, get some tea.